Thank you. I don't know why OBS decided to forget that I have a mic. I didn't touch anything with it. Appreciate that. But I appreciate you too. Hey, hi. Just as a warning, I am so fucking eepy today. I have not slept a lot. I stayed up quite late. Late for me, aka I went to bed at like 10 a.m. instead of the usual like 6 or 7 a.m. Cause it was Dandy's 3.0. It was so good. I loved it. It was so amazing. You just do what's natural to you. I'm assuming we're all here for EP vibes. Well, I certainly freaking hope so, cause that's all I got, bestie. It's all I got. But yeah, I was watching Dandy's 3.0 and it was so good. I loved it so much. She's so talented. She's such an inspiration to me. So that is going to fuel me for creatively for a hot minute. But tonight I am too tired to get work done, so I got Power Wash Simulator. Well, the second Power Wash Simulator, because I had the first one, and the second one is on sale for people who had the first one until the end of November. And Sons of the Forest was like 60% off, so I got that too. And I was like, might as well get the Power Wash Simulator too. So I did, and now I have it. And it's the perfect game for sleepy. For no brain. I am gonna turn down the music. Put that away. That's a little loud. A wee bit loud. Just a wee bit. Maybe I should just turn it down my source. Oh. I think that's okay. A little loud for me, actually. The one annoying thing is that my mouse is getting locked in here. Ooh, glasses. Aye. Beep, boop, beep. Glasses. The one thing that is a little annoying is that my mouse is getting locked in, so I have to press the Windows key every time I want to exit out. So I don't really know much about this, other than, like, I've played the first one, and supposedly we have a base now. We have a fucking cat. We have a cat. And its name is Squeak. I love it. Incredible. We have 3 cats. Bubbles. Ulysses. Why? What else says? Stop that. That is adorable. Would get Power Wash too. Yeah, that is so cute. Okay, we've got a little loft going on. I'm guessing, is this gonna be our storefront or apartment? I don't know. Where's the exit? Is there no front door? Oh, there is. I'm just dumb. Okay, I guess this is like our storefront. And then this would be like our apartment / office. Do we live here? We have cats here. We better live here. We have a sofa. Okay. Access story jobs via the county map. In the upstairs office home base. Okay. Caldera County. Okay, I have to get really close. Great news, you're fully moved in and the removals vans moved to the wash bay, awaiting your expertise. Don't think the van should pose too much trouble despite you having to sell off most of your equipment. I know we got a bit carried away at the auction, but trust me, there's a lot more potential in this place. Oh, and Jess says not to worry about paying for the van hire. In fact, she'll pay you. Okay. I know this. It's been a hot minute. Change stance. Jump. Rotate. Nozzle it. Let the chill vibes begin. Change washers. Oh! Wait. Oh, these are the lengths. Gotcha. Dirt highlight. Yes. Free aim. Task list. Gotcha. Game menu. Is there no music in this? I'll play some music. There we go. You can probably barely hear it of the splishy splashy. Let me actually turn down that sound. Hold on. Excuse me. Water volume, turn that down a little bit. Just because when you have it on constantly, it becomes a lot. No. RNG. I doubt there really is any RNG in this game, though. Maybe that was just a coincidence. Just having a quick nose around your new crib. It's even bigger than I remember. Excited to see what you're gonna fill it with. Thank you for the headband. Are the dings too loud? I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Hi, Dolly! Why haven't we? Because I never think to. But by all means, please send me a request. I think my username is just YuriVT. Shepherd and a sheep. Actually, Dolly is also a sheep who looks very similar to me. Dolly is very sweet too. I was shocked when I first saw her. I never think to add anyone on Discord just because I have it so like anyone can contact me. So it doesn't really like make a difference. I also always keep myself on invisible because I'm an introvert. Hi, love! Thank you for the beam. I hope you're doing well. Ah, wrong button. Yeah, I would say definitely the first Power Wash Simulator is probably the better starter game. I'm gonna keep pressing tab by accident. God damn it. Fuck! Fuck! That's gonna piss me off. Hi, Tinsel! How you doing? Doing good, good luck. Thank you, love. You're such a sweetheart. Okay. Okay. Tire. Just cleaning and lurking. Okay, have a wonderful clean time. I will be doing the less productive fake version of cleaning. start putting the word out for you everywhere I go. Join the server. Aw, thank you. Hold on. Aha. I just have to scroll up. That'll be good. Thank you for for adding me. Oh wait, I did not see. I don't see my messages. Where's the other messages? Oh, no. You want the ba? Ba. 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 Also, hi Mike, how you doing? I don't know how to see the other messages. That's poopy. Doing good, thank you for the headband. Hi Hammer! Your time, more like hammer time. So many friends, yeah! Go. I'm gonna look up Power Wash Simulator 2 see messages. What? There isn't a way to view the text log. That's crazy. That's so sad. Why would they do that? That was in the last game. I don't know why they would remove it. Okay. I think all the outer stuff aside from probably the roof is done. Oh, just kidding. Here we go. Oh. Hello? Why does it keep making me slide off? There we go. If this game was lore accurate, just being in the presence of Yuri would cleanse the area. False! I would stinkify it. My superpower is to make my vicinity slightly stinkier. It's passive, and I can't turn it off. Can confirm sheep are stinky. Yippee! My stink sister. They has a squeak sister, I have a stink sister. Yeah, baby! The roof trim is its own thing, okay. Let's get her done. There we go. Word up, people. Caldera County's premier power washer is back up and running. So if your grubby house brings stink eye from the neighbors, or every trip in the car feels like a walk of shame, hit us up. Yeah. Muckingham. There's a fucking chat for everyone in this town. My brain keeps wanting you to be an angel sheep or something. Probably the hair and robes and color scheme and general divine aura you have. Hee 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 hee. Hee hee. Eka sweet. Real quick, sorry. Real quick. Beep beep bop boop. It's all a lie to fool you into forfeiting all mortal possessions to sheep. Yeah! My pleasure. Do check out Dolly. She is so sweet and very comfy. And also, if you like my design, you'll like hers. I'm just like you. You're just like me. I do have a bit of a IRL dilemma. That being... What? Oh, it's a... okay, the gun is... What are the differences between those guns? Okay, one is regular. One has a canister. What? Okay, these are toggles, not... Alright. And then 3 is short or long. Alright. I have a bit of an IRL dilemma that's not like a big problem. It's just something that I can't make my mind up on. So I'm a hermit, and I rarely leave my room / apartment. So I just have not like cut my hair in ages. Probably well over a year. So while I am used to kind of having my hair short, shoulder length-ish, it is now past shoulder length, and I'm visiting Faye in December, and I'm trying to, like, I'm gonna be meeting up with a lot of friends, so I'm trying to think, do I want to keep my hair long or cut it short again? I don't know. It's not long, it's like medium length. It's just on my mind lately. I cannot decide. I feel like I should cut it, but it is gonna be cold there. But then again, I'm probably never gonna be fucking leaving the house there either. I had short hair in Ontario and it was fine. Long hair? It's not long. I also have very thin hair. It didn't always used to be thin. I have fluffy hair, but thin hair. Very, very fine. Very Caucasian. So it's not like long and luscious. Pressure washes your face off. I want to pressure wash all the wrinkles in my brain. Which aren't very many, but still. But hi, how are you, Zach? You're cute. Oh yeah, I started packing. Packing for the move. It went pretty smoothly. I just left out the clothes that I might need for in between the move and for the trip, which evidently is far too many dresses, but even if I never leave the house, I have so many cute dresses in my closet from when I did used to leave the house. I don't want to be without them. Like, if I want to be cute, I want to have the option. So I've almost packed my clothes. I need to pack my shoes and my bathroom, my bed storage, and my desk. And I think that's most of it. You're already cute. Bing bong. Sorry. Deflect. Pocket sand. So when I say bing bong, what do you guys think first? Like what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Peek? Okay, that's like the second thing that comes to my mind. Inside Out, that's the third thing. Yeah, okay, I was talking to Kat about this. Inside Out is the first thing that comes to her mind. So the first thing that comes to my mind is this audio that's like, do you think men deserve rights? Bing bong. You heard him! Bing bong! And so now in my head, I often think, bing bong! That's exactly, yeah! Yeah, so that's the first thing I think of. The second thing I think of is Peek. And then Inside Out. Because admittedly, I know fuck all about Inside Out. Hold on, I'm still missing stuff here? Just this? Yeah. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay, we can go with the wide one. Cabin door step. Rear lights panel. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Okay, they have a little thingy, because sometimes I don't know what the fuck certain things are. They will have, like, technical names. One? Okay, thank you. They will have technical names for certain things, and I'm not a mechanic, bro. This is Buckingham's premier power washer. Rinse and repeat. Greetings from detergent. Fuck! Fuck! Do love a replay, though. Would love a few more frames, though. Feels a little, like, more choppy than the previous ones. Wishy! Jess is enthralled by her sparkling removals van. She says she'll give you first dibs on any furniture that she comes across. So keep an eye out for any new items appearing in the shop. It's all pre-restoration stuff, so pretty dirty, but I'm sure you're okay with that. Told ya it would all come together. Continue. More glasses frames? No. I work with machines all day and I don't know half of what I'm working is called. Yeah, it's the fucking doohickey, you know? In my professional opinion, it's the doohickey. Oh, perfect. Welcome to the town of Detergento, where the past meets with the future to manifest a present that we can all live with. A thing happened to us the other day when I asked my colleague to do a deep dive inventory on our public facilities. We found schematics for a revolutionary convenience installed in 2003, but then almost immediately forgotten about and assumed to be a bench. The whole thing is just pure Detergento. Actually, I run a water jet, so it's kind of like pressure washing, but a tiny bit stronger. That's cool. I bet it's super satisfying. Ooh. I got tricks. This is so easy. Is this one of those things where it opens up? It does say open. It really does look like a bench. Instead of cleaning, it makes it stop existing. It just fucking destroys it. Love that. I think I've seen things like that, like water pressure cutter thingies. Okay, is this gonna pop up? Surprise! Knew it! There we go. Power services were camped out in the middle of nowhere and in one filthy heap of trouble. Can you help? Sure can. I don't know if you want me to pressure wash your fireplace, though. There's little dandelion particles floating around. It's cute. Uh-huh. Not inside? No. Okay, let's start with the base things. What am I missing? Oh. Right in the crack. Designed by local visionary Nadia Von Gut. The pop-up restroom was designed to only appear when needed. Relying on state-of-the-art camera systems and kinetic motion sensors buried deep within the sidewalk, it would detect from the gate of passers-by when relief was required and pop up in the nick of time. Imagine you're sitting on it. Oftentimes, it knew before even they did. Imagine you're sitting on it, it's just fucking... You're stuck up there now. Until the person is done pooping. Let's finish off this little ridge here. Aha! Get in those cracks. Okay. How did it even get that dirty down there? If it was covered this whole time. Oh, you know, one of the pros and con issues of cutting my hair, by the way, if I cut my hair, it's way easier to take care of. But if I cut my hair, I can no longer tie it back in a ponytail. So... Outer wall, poster, frame. Okay. Oh, why did that scare me? Oh, we do go inside. Let's change this to up close. Okay, now I'm starting to think we've been undercharged, or like underpaid. Oh, what kind of ada would you like? Give me a vibe. Wait, you do that? Yeah! I do it upon your request. Thought it was a sound clip? Nah. You can give me a vibe that you want. Hey, was she just heard that the fire chief's dog's gone missing? It's in my house. It's mine now. So much power. Some people go for specific, like, tones or vibes. Some people go for silly things. It's all up to what you want. Sleepy yada yada. Genuine yawn. Genuine yawn. On command, baby. Of course. No, that's not gonna do anything. Let's get the ceiling done. Panic over. The fire chief just left the back gate open. Vulcan's home now. Damn it. They found him! He was in my house. Sleep is winning against me? That is a-okay. If you are able to sleep, please by all means get some rest. I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon, Script. I appreciate you coming in. It's been lovely. Have a good night. Join the Discord server. Hope to run into you again soon. Thank you. For anyone who's new to the Discord server, it's not super active. I'm not like a mega social person. That's not a bad thing if it's not super active. The main reason that I created it was because, one, people were asking for it when I started streaming, and two, it's a good place for you to like share links and pictures and videos with me if you want. So if you're like, oh, I want Yuri to see this silly thing, you can just pop it in the Discord. I don't want anyone to feel like, oh no, Yuri's server is so quiet, I should say something. Don't worry about it. I know people follow a lot of other people, and being expected to be active in a bunch of Discord servers is probably exhausting. Lucia! Hello, Angel! How are you, my lovely? Oh. How did this get dirty too? Not very good, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do? Do you want to talk about it? I'm happy to see you too, by the way. I love you, I miss you. Wait, someone's only gone and added a restroom extension below the grubby open bench on Equinox Boulevard. Iconic, I'm already feeling the need. This is next level ingenuity. I do not want to be the person sitting on the bench when someone needs to pee. You being used more than enough? I want to do more. Lucy, I love and adore you. I miss you. I want to hang out soon. I've been so busy. I have started getting packing done though. So hopefully that'll be a little bit less stressful once I'm mostly done. Proud of you, packing can be a lot. It wasn't too bad actually. I have most of my clothes like hanging, so and I've moved a lot. So basically I just like took it all on the hanger and plopped it in, which is the easiest way to go about it because then when you're unpacking you can just hang it up. You don't have to like put everything on a hanger again. It is a little heavier that way, so you just have to split it up a little. But also it takes up more space, so even if you have a big box, it's not super densely packed, so it's not overly heavy. We are hiring movers, but I don't want to make things too heavy for the movers either. I will say though, my mom and I got boxes from Canadian Tire, which for Americans is like another type of Home Depot. Meds check. Thank you, Patam. Hello, I love you. Alright, yes. If you take meds or vitamins and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. I've already taken mine. Thank you. I will stretch. Oh, yeah, first. Thank you for the lurk. Okay. Yeah, we went to Canadian Tire and got boxes, like proper boxes. And they have little handlebar thingies in the sides. And they're really good. They make things so much easier. Technologia. Because the hardest part about lifting a moving box to me is like actually keeping a grasp on it. Because either you have to really squeeze from the sides, or you have to like get your fingers under the bottom, which sometimes if it's really heavy and big, it's a pain in the butt or in the back. So having the handlebars, like you don't have to go all the way to the bottom, and it's really easy to just get a hold of. It's so good. 10 out of 10. Someone who's moved a lot, that is a big help. Also, if you are someone who, just for future reference, if you're moving and you're trying to save some money, obviously it's not as nice because you probably won't have handlebars and stuff like that, but you can call shops around you, especially like grocery stores or smaller businesses, and just ask if they have boxes that they can give away. Because a lot of the times they will get shipment and just have a shit ton of cardboard boxes that they throw out anyway. I know my mom and I have gotten a lot of boxes for free. What is this flush sensor? I hate those things. The ones where you're like supposed, like it flushes when you stand up, because it doesn't flush when I stand up. It flushes when I'm sitting down too. I don't want to be sitting and taking a leak, trying to relax, and then all of a sudden there's a loud ass flush mid-pee. What am I missing here? The crack. Aha. It was really hard when we helped my sister move because we like organizing while we unpack. It was a lot of stuff we couldn't walk around. Yeah, that's another thing that's rough, is like where to put the boxes that you filled. Luckily I was able to squeeze the big boxes full of clothes back into my closet so they're not in the way. But I have very little floor space in my room. So it was a little tricky, a little bit tricky. And any boxes that I pack from here on out are gonna be also a little tricky to put away in a way that won't impede my path. Also, Mushi, were you there for Dandy's debut? I figured you were probably sleeping because it was a little bit early, but I did see Milady in there. Very happy surprise. I was eeping. Well, I'm glad you were getting good eep. VOD is up, you should watch it. She's so amazing. Where? Why is the toilet so dirty? Oh! Eat? Got it. I got the neighborhood gray kitty to love me? Really? Now you have 2 gray kitties that love you. How did you do it? What happened? Bibi was scared of everyone, but one day I meowed at the— You're so cute! I meowed at the baby and they came to me meowing constantly and made me pet them and wouldn't let me leave. That's so cute! Oh my god. That's so adorable, both from you and from the kitten. Oh my god, that's so cute. That cat is yours now. Buy cat food. Put out a little cat dish. Congratulations, you have an unofficial outdoor cat. Grab rail. This one? Okay. Aha! New item is available. I put food in the bowl, but they ignore till I pet for 5 minutes, and if I move it into, they stop eating. That's so friggin' cute. That's so cute! They're being pampered! They're being little— They're being picky. They feel safe with you. Speaking of kitty. That's my cat! What are you doing here? What? Am I taking my cats with me on the job? Such well-behaved cats. We have 3 that visit now. That's so cute! You can't move anymore. You can never move. Congratulations. You'll be delighted to learn that the facility's kinetic sensors have been updated and it's been successfully reintegrated into our public convenience network just in time for the upcoming Equinox Festival. I can state with confidence that you'll be hearing from us again. Let's go to home base for now. Purchase furniture via the furniture catalog. Washer equipment. Money. That's a lot of money. Squirrel force? Ideal for washing flat surfaces at a short range. Medium duty. Let's save up for this one. Let me know when you found the place. We're already headed for home. Camping is definitely not for us, and a pair of boggy sprogs and one grubby hubby. We're in no mood to hang out. Know what I mean? No, I don't. One pair of boggy sprogs and one grubby hubby were in no mood to hang out. What? Don't really know what else to say about it all. Suppose the muck tells its own story, don't it? I really don't. Don't it? No, it don't. I have no idea what happened here. This isn't even camping, is it? This is just a cottage. Nope. No. Ah! Yes. Oh. Where do I get soap? How do I buy soap? Bah. Oh. How did the wood get dirty? How much does this job pay? 600. That should be enough. Camping is just something else, huh? It's almost like you're living in some lawless wilderness. Yeah. Take this morning, for example. I thought I'd make us pots of delicious porridge to eat after mushroom picking in the woods. Did they get bad mushrooms? Okay. Cooler. Why is the cooler broken into so many parts? Okay. Whatever this is. Goodness. So, chain, the hook. Okay. We'll barbecue. Okay. I shall hydrate. Thank you. I shall also stretch. Thank you. Oh yeah, my mom said the clocks are falling back tonight. I forgot. Okay. What is Mushi up to? Time for changing? I don't know when time changed for me. We're in the same time zone, so I think it's usually at 3 a.m. Hold on. November time change. It will be, oh, from 2 to 1 a.m. So once it hits 2 a.m., it'll be 1 a.m. again. We're gonna have 2 1 a.m.s. I think. It's the same per time zone? I thought it was per county for some reason. I'm really not sure. I think it's per time zone. I'm pretty sure. My mom texted me again? Ah. Yes. So things like your phone or your computer should update automatically. You're fixing those stream avatars? Heck yeah. Amazing. I am so excited to see more. Is it the same that you showed me earlier? Oh, it's interesting sectioning. Sorry, but yeah, your phone and your PC should update automatically. Things like microwaves and ovens usually have to be changed manually. I don't know what it's like if you have like super expensive appliances though. Maybe they have time zone technology. Technologia. When we got back from our walk, all our porridge had been eaten, even though hubby likes his stone cold and I like mine boiling hot. To be fair, our kids' porridge was there for the taking, as they like theirs somewhere in the middle. Okay. Goldilocks. Got it. Alrighty. I've had them finished. Just had to fix an issue and have no brain power for it. Yeah. I can't even imagine. I know Faye is going to attempt to make her own, which I don't know if she's already reached out, but she might reach out later for help. All our appliances have been brokey for a few years. My family is the same as me. We keep even when brokey, yeah. I'm like that with my griddle currently, and my mom is begging me to throw it away for the move. And I'm like, no! And she's like, it's disgusting, it's scratched up, it's so hard to clean. Like, the thingy, the actual, like, plate of the griddle is extremely difficult to clean now because of how worn it is. And I'm like, but they're expensive, I can still use it. And she's like, we'll get another one. And I'm like, I doubt it. That's always the argument that my mom has is we can get another one. No. We're poor. Those things cost like $200 at least. The good ones. I have like a griddler from way back in the day. With the waffle iron thingy too. That I never used, but I don't want to get rid of, because what if I want to make waffles? She's always like, oh, we can get another one. We're not going to. We can't afford it. We're keeping this. I made her promise that if we get rid of this one, she would find the same one on like Facebook Marketplace or something with the waffle iron. Did I get all the corners? I think I said face some info. Yeah, then that was probably her reaching out about it already. Oh yeah, Mush, I don't know if I told you, but I'm done rigging. I have a couple of bugs to fix, and I need to export the model. But yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'm so happy. You could chow? I did not. Mushi, it's taken me years. I'm pretty sure it's been like over 2 years since I started working on this. Do I actually have... Hold on, let me check my files. Do I still have the video? That'll tell me roughly when. I don't think I do. $2023. November. Oh my god! I will have spent probably like just about exactly 2 years working on it. Because this is from when I was gathering inspiration. That was from November 30th, so... Still counted as spooty. Well, it's okay to be wrong, and I love you. There were so many months where I just did not work on it. Tell you something else that's weird about camping. Out here, everything has legs, even logs. What? What? feel like I've seen this chair before in Animal Crossing. Oh my god, did you see that there's an Animal Crossing update? It's so sad. They added so many quality of life things that people were begging for, and now it's like, I did the creative mode. Yeah, they were like, oh, if everyone has a Switch 2, up to 12 players can be on the island at once. And I'm like, girl, it's been years. I'd be shocked if you still had 12 active players. Only on the Switch 2? No, most of the updates are for Switch 1 as well, like the others. A couple of them are only for Switch 2, like more multiplayer capacity, higher resolution, stuff like that. I've been considering making a new island. If you do, you should stream it. It'd be so comfy. Who are your favorite villagers? Do you have any? I feel like you might have told me before, but probably years ago. Yeah, no, back when Animal Crossing was huge, like, everyone wanted more content, and they were like, nope, that's it, no more content for you. And now the Switch is coming out, and they're like, okay, you can have more content, and I'm like, everyone's gone! What are you... It's too late! Pietro and Raymond and the watermelon sheep. I do like Pietro. Raymond is also cute. I remember everyone going absolutely insane for Raymond. Okay. Let's do the back here. I wanted Raymond and never got him. I might remake till I get him as my first. Yeah. That is valid. Although, it might take a lot of resets. Wait, you start out with... I don't know if you can start with a smug character. What are your starters? I think your starters are Sisterly and Jock? Animal Crossing New Horizons starter villages. All potential starting visitors. Yeah, they have to be Sisterly and Jock. Yeah. I don't know if I still have Raymond. I might. I would offer to give it to you, but then if you streamed it, he'd probably dox me. Because you know how they like mention their previous islands? You get doxed by your previous Animal Crossing villager. Why do they do that? I don't know. They don't let you change the name either. I hate it. They let you change the nickname, but not the name. It's like, why? Would it kill you? I do think, though, the first visitor that you can invite to your island is a smug, I think. However, if you're not time traveling, that could take a hot minute to even get to, so resetting frequently would be a pain in the butt. Probably not worth it. I know I'm not playing anytime soon, so if I have any Nookazon thingies on my account left, I could, the tickets, I could, Nook Miles, that. I could give you some. What other changes did they make? They basically put in a, miniature version of Happy Home Designer, or Happy Home Paradise, where it's just the hotel now. You can get tourists on your island, like other villagers coming in as tourists. So they'll just like randomly show up to your island. Yeah, you kind of get creative mode, which is like you know how everyone was like, can we have more than one island per Switch, please? And they were like, sure. You can have a Dream Island, and you're not allowed to have, you're not allowed to have, your own villagers. So, that's fun, I guess. Which is, you know, not at all what we asked for, but it's also years after. I will hydrate. Thank you, Moss. Oh, they added freaking multi-crafting. I see you spraying a lot of water. Time to drink some. Yeah. How did you know I'm spraying urine? Fun fact, the water tank is my bladder. Now. chimney flashing. Aha! Is this spruce spring clean? Your friend Harper says you'd be up for helping me out. My house is nothing short of a national disgrace. I just heard that we got our deposit back, and after watching that amazing vid, I'm not surprised. Incredible, incredible job. Thank goodness for you and that amazing portable power washer of yours. Hopefully the bear, or whatever it is, it's a reverse Goldilocks, didn't wake up and bother you. Thanks. We left it sleeping in the lodge and didn't know whether to mention it or not. No, you could have mentioned it for sure, I think. Nice. And then... Ooh. Still got all the basics. Do we have extension? Yes. Oh, wait. What? What? Oh, I can return things. Can I equip it? What do I need? Wash your equipment. What? Okay, we had Urban X, and this actually has an X on it. This one does not really have like an X, it has like a little twirly thing. 3. What the heck? What the heck? Okay. I guess I need... no. I guess I need the extensions. Don't know how many of them I need though. I'll get a short one. Okay. So, this is Trilobite Lodge. Apologies for how filthy it is. I just got back from a dig in Alaska to find the house looking like this, and my other half, Karen, apparently vanished into thin air. Rough. Wouldn't be the first time whenever she gets a whiff of anything interesting, that's her gone for months. Oh, okay. How much money do I get for this job? $1,000. Very good. Oh, watch your radial menu. There we go. Excellent. It is kind of covering a lot of the screen, but alright. I probably should have mentioned that the house is directly underneath the beam's path and in the firing line for famous merman's thumb. Okay. Okay. Don't know what either of those are, but okay. We do not have a longer extension. Okay. Personally, I love the beam's gentle hum, but it drove Karen to distraction. Actually, maybe that's why she's not here. Okay. Let's save up to 300. Slutty Rich, fancy a shot at the movie business. Our star dog needs a good washing down before tomorrow's shoot. do this underside. Thank you for the short hair. To get the sides while I'm at it. Three? Absolutely. Oh, it's because it's up there too. Where's the beam? Where has the beam gone? Wasn't the beam keeping the volcano in check? Oh, that's what we did in the last game. We get so many ladders this time. Where's the... Give me the ding. Give ding. There we go. we have enough for the extension. Shelter. This one. Here we go. This entire lower floor is done. Oh my god, it's the mayor. How do, Dirt Finder? It's been a while. I have a big job for you. Giant, in fact. A billboard with the greatest announcement in the history of our county. Ah. These roofs feel like they take forever. I'm gonna bet these walls are also gonna feel like forever. I noticed I changed my did I? Did I? I forgot. I don't know if I did. Hi, cat. Did Von go bedtime? It's different before. It's cute. I'm glad. Thank you. I know Moida wanted me to take the hyphens out of like the tag thingy, but it was taken, so I couldn't. I've also, since pretty much I started streaming, I've wanted to put underscores in my Twitch name, but someone else has it, and they're inactive, I think. And I hate it here. It's been years. Give me the name, Twitch. Is it a cockroach? I don't remember what this is. Trilobite fossil decoration, got it. Hi, Clips. How you doing? Good morning. I'm doing EP. I feel you there. I am underslept because I was super excited and stayed up for Dandy's debut. Oh, 4 hours sleep. Oh, I'm so sorry. You have a long day ahead of you? Do you think you might be able to get a nap? It is a weekend. Excited for playing with friends? That's good. I'm glad. Thank you for the head pat. It's okay, peeps. Data suggests that all is well on Mount Rushless. No seismic activity whatsoever. Thanks, son. Good to know. Don't be late tonight. Aunt Doris is round. We've got meatloaf. Meatloaf. Meatloaf is... I just realized... Okay. I've said before, like, I hate cheesecake because I don't think cheese belongs in cake. Because it's gross. Like, why would... You wouldn't want meat in cake. And just now I realize there is meat cake. They just didn't try to make it sweet, so it's okay. I wonder... Is there a cheese loaf? Funny thing is, in German, there's a distinct difference for non-sweet pie. Ah, what is it? Pastete? Usually a pastry in pie form with literally any non-sweet filling, including the dough. So like chicken pot pie or shepherd. No, I guess shepherd's pie wouldn't really technically count as a pie. Or what about quiche? Is that what you call quiche too? It's like an egg pie. Shepherd roll pie would be included. Okay. I don't really see how shepherd's pie is a pie though, because it doesn't have a crust a lot of the time. If it's I've seen shepherd's pies with crusts when they're smaller, but not the bigger ones. In which case it's just like the meat and veggies and potato. Quiche is its own thing. Okay. I think maybe cheese does belong in cake or pie as long as it's savory. As long as it's not sugar. Maybe I've cracked the code. As well as in Chichin. Yeah, Chichin is a pie too. A cutie pie. No. Oh. Yeah. Ah. Mushi and Moiru also count as pies. Yep, and I'm gonna eat them up. I'm gonna eat them up. Bah.
Did you guys know, Yui is a certified cutie? She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat, she may capture your hearts.
I'll capture your heart and stick it in a jar of formaldehyde. I do know some good pie recipe that is sweet and does include cream cheese. The German, not so sweet version of cream cheese at least. I probably wouldn't like it. I hate cheese in dessert. I love cheese. Keep it out of desserts. I have to say I also highly dislike cheese in desserts, but cream cheese for some reason works. I can't tell you why. It works for you. It doesn't work in general. There's just something wrong with people where they like cheese in desserts for some reason. Basically frosting, which is cream cheese and powder. No, no, gross. Mm-mm. Cream cheese icing is also gross. Da, 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 da. But the other things I know are good. If they don't have cream cheese, I'm sure they are. Lots of clickety clackety. Yeah. Leave. Yeah. Okay. Needed this ladder. Get up. Ah. E. If we ever meet RRL due to coincidence, I can show you and you can try the things. You don't have to, of course. I will never force you. I will not eat it if it has cream cheese. And it's sweet. Also, I have a hard time imagining we would ever meet due to coincidence, considering we live on different continents. But that would be wild. MEP trying is hard, I understand. Oh, typing is hard. Well, trying is hard too. Talking is hard. We are both eepy. Little derpy. Okay. How do I actually get up there? Ooh. Do I have more ladders? I do. That'll do. The game is a little laggy. Oop. Actually, a lot better in covering up whilst talking that I'm EP, which is why I have no issues literally waking up 3 minutes before I start my streams and still being ready to go. Usually I'm not too bad. I don't know about 3 minutes before. I think I would be too anxious to sleep if I woke up, if I knew I was gonna wake up that soon before. But definitely like 10 minutes. I could do that. Usually I'm not this groggy. I just am underslept. Sometimes I overeat on the weekends, yeah. It happens. It reminds me, I wanted to show you a game. Oh, what kind of game? What is that? Oh my god. Hello. Fantasy Life I? What is it like? Wait, does this count? Yeah, okay. Fairly expensive right now, yeah. I already splurged on this and Sons of the Forest 2, because Sons of the Forest 2 is on like 68% sale. And Power Wash Simulator is on like a... I don't remember how much. It's on a little bit of a sale for people who own the first one until the end of November. Okay. This isn't dirt, it's just weird shading, I think. Like a little... Ah. Can imagine a mix of Animal Crossing with more adventuring gathering. Ooh. It does sound interesting. But yeah, expensive games right now. Yeah. it's like laggy. Only downside for multiplayer is that you have to be roughly 4-ish hours in-game if you're fast to unlock multiplayer in the first place. I needed around 20 hours because I explored literally everything. Yeah. Yeah. It cannot be as bad as, like, Dragon Quest Builders 2 or whatever I played before, because it was like you literally had to finish the game before you could do multiplayer. It was rough. Oh, it's one big one. You missed a spot? Yeah, I thought these would be, like, sectioned. So I thought it was, like, because this was its own section, I thought these two panels would be their own section, and this would be its own, and then these would be its own. It's sectioned a little strangely sometimes. Wishy, I've just heard from Sonia. The beam's gone because someone's stolen the merman's gems. Kill them. More collabs with Yui? I would love to after re-debut because, oh my god, busy. After I do my debut, I'm probably gonna need a little bit of time to settle in again, because I will have moved twice at that point, and I'll be living on my own for the first time, so I'll probably be like, alright, now I get to unpack. But hopefully, when is that? Re-debut is the end of December. So it'll probably be a couple of months before I'm not up to my ears in stuff stressing me out. Yui living alone? How'd this come? So, hold on, I gotta stretch. Oh, that was so good. Okay, so rent is expensive. So my mom and I are moving. She's going to be moving in with family. Elderly family, so she's gonna be helping them out and barely paying anything at all. But they don't really have like another area where I could live comfortably, because I don't really know them. It would be like, they're super welcoming, but I don't really want to live with strangers even if they are family. So we're basically just going to find a super cheap apartment, the cheapest that we can, and I'm gonna be living on my own for the first time, so I'm excited. So yeah, basically we're gonna be moving. I'm currently on Vancouver Island. And Moedu, if you're watching this, you don't have to cut that. I'm currently living on Vancouver Island, and I will be moving off the island very shortly. I will be staying temporarily with my mom's family for maybe like a month, because then I also have a trip at the beginning of December. And then after my trip, hopefully we're gonna have a place for me to move into, set up. So I'll technically be moving twice. I don't know how your experience will be, but I do like living a lot, I'm guessing, over living with my parents. I actually love living with my mom. My mom is amazing. But I am excited. I'm certainly nervous, but it's like I love my mom. I have no problem if we found like a really nice cheap place to live together. I would have absolutely no problem living with her there. But I'm also grateful to be able to experience living on my own for the first time because it just hasn't been affordable previously. So since my mom will barely be paying anything, if we find a nice cheap place, it'll be my first time being able to experience it. I'm very excited. Ah. Wow. What flashed? The inner wall? Aha. I also do have some issues with my parents. You maybe know that my mother caused for me and my father is very stressed lately. Yeah, I know your parents cause you a lot of stress. I am very, very fortunate. I have a super supportive and wonderful mom. I genuinely do love living with her. But this is also going to be, we're planning on for this to be like a temporary situation so we can catch up with like our credit card debt. So like maybe a year if it goes really well, maybe 2. But then also my brother is probably going to be done his residency in a couple years, medical residency, and quite possibly move back to Ontario with his, by then, will-be wife, because he's engaged. And my mom really wants to be closer to him, so we would probably move back to Ontario as well. Technically, they're all super supportive, but like control freak supportive. Okay, so like, when I say my mom is supportive, I mean, she supports me in the way that is, like, that I find helpful. Now Yui needs to get a wife. I have faith. I already have faith. No. What Yuri needs is to get her shit together. When you marry, to be determined. We haven't set a date. No, what I really need is to get my shit together. And, I would like to, you know, get into rigging commissions and stuff, so hopefully I could make a livable amount of money on top of my disability, you know? That would be really, really nice so that I could actually plan for future things that aren't just surviving. Question? Yes. Do you happen to know how to model and rig 3D models? Not at all. Not at all. 3D is so incredibly different. It is so complicated and scary. But yeah, I would be looking for someone and I would be willing to pay, especially if I get a job as a civil servant. I do not know anyone that does 3D stuff. There, there is a very, very, very little chance of me ever getting into that type of thing. Certainly not anytime soon. But I appreciate you asking me. That's very sweet. That's very sweet of you. But yeah, I'm hoping to take streaming more seriously, not as a source of income, but as kind of a structure in my life. Rigging I would like for it to be a source of income. That would be nice. But for me, streaming has like really, really helped my mental health over the years. And I think if I'm gonna be living alone, it would be really helpful for me. I think it keeps me grounded. It also keeps me from isolating myself, which I am very much a hermit. I enjoy isolating myself, but I cannot deny that streaming good for me. I need to find a way to stop self-isolating and ground myself too. Yeah, it's different for everyone. For me, I think with stream stuff, while it does take some of my social energy, it is like getting out of my comfort zone and talking and being social, even if it's not a one-on-one conversation. And it does force me to, well, it doesn't force me to. Now I'm trying to force myself to have a bit of a schedule. So again, that element of structure. And talking to other people, taking a break from whatever I'm doing to have like a separate stream activity, also I think helps, you know, forcibly make me take a mental break. I mean, honestly, it would be a dream having Mushi as main emote assets for stream artists for me and another of my close friends, if I'm allowed to call it. Yes, of course! To have them for the rest that needs to be updated and all. That is so sweet. My family want me to get a full-time non-artist job for insurance reasons, but I'm not sure. So, I understand that they want it for insurance reasons, but at the same time, I think it would be very difficult to sustain because you have a lot of physical issues, so a lot of part-time jobs or full-time jobs with insurance stuff, they're very strict. They're not like you can set your own hours, right? And so as an artist, you can set your own hours, which, you know, has its own pros and cons, but also means you can work around if you're having a flare-up. So I see where they're coming from. I just don't know if it would be sustainable. I don't think I'm cut out for freelancing. You know what? That's valid too. Shit causes a lot of anxiety. So just very lost. Yeah. It is scary. Have you ever had a job, Lucy? Like you're on someone else's payroll job? Don't has to be with stream. It can be If I get paid enough as a civil servant, I can support all of my friends. That's so sweet. No, only art stuff. So you could always try to get a part-time job and see how it is. You know, I am a little hesitant because I do worry about your physical things. But if you were to just try a low-demand part-time job, I know for me, because of where I worked, I really enjoyed it. And it actually really helped with my social anxiety. I remember my first day working in retail, I was told to greet customers, and I was like, what? You want me to just walk up to them and like say, hi, welcome to blah blah blah? I was like, that's so weird. No way. So I would go up to people and be like, hi, welcome. I didn't want to give the whole spiel because I was like, that's weird. That's so strange. And like within a couple of weeks, I got so used to it. It really made me like, I feel like if you're working retail, which I don't think you should necessarily choose retail, but if you are working retail, it's a little bit like acting. Like you really mentally just switch modes, like you get into a character. That character being super confident and friendly. I really want to. I like customer service, but asking for recommendation thingy for people has been a main reason that stopped me from applying. Like a reference? I think if you get, like, if there's a teacher, quite honestly, you can fudge references. You can just lie about it and ask someone to pretend, depending on what it is. You know, obviously if it's like, oh, they work at a storefront, you can't just pretend that you worked in a store that you never worked at. But if it's like, oh, I helped my uncle one summer for, like, his small business, you know? Reference is scary. Honestly, if you have one or two, it's fine. You don't even have to put them on resume most of the times. Well, I guess I haven't applied for jobs in the since COVID. But when I was having resumes, because I know everything is online lately, when I did have a resume, it just said references available upon request. You know? I asked a teacher once, and he lied in a speech in front of a lot of people, and it scared me, and I haven't asked this. He lied? A friend of mine from America is doing work for schools to help children cross the road and as a part-time job. Maybe that could be something. Children? No. Absolutely not. The physical demand of working with children, not to mention the stress. I avoid my nephews like the plague? Yeah. Working with kids is... Anyone who works with kids should be paid a lot more than they are. Aiden has multiple jobs right now. Maybe they can reference or something? I don't know. My dream is to work at the animal shelter that I volunteered at. You could use them as a reference. You could ask them. Animal shelter work is nice. I know they're probably not really hiring, but you have volunteered with them for quite a while. So you already have a foot in the door. You can also ask for them to be a reference and apply to other animal shelters. Yeah, but Mushi has already been volunteering for quite a while. I went into a bad state once and never returned to volunteer, so I think I ruined my chances. No, I think you're good. Just say, like, someone in your family died and you, had to help out with family, so you were just in a chaotic state. Sorry, I'm literally like, no, just lie. One lady gave me socks. I can never show my face again. No! Literally go in with, like, maybe some supplies or some treats for them and be like, hey, I'm sorry that I've been missing for a while. Like, my life has been in shambles, but I'd love to... Like, I'm sure they appreciate any volunteers that they can get. No lie then? Well, yeah, no, that's not a particularly, like, my life is in shambles. That's not necessarily a lie, but... First floor window frame, second floor window frame, roof canopy trim. This one? Roof canopy trim. Aha. Yeah, of course. I don't know. The thing with animal shelters is I know that the funding is low, so you know, they might not be hiring. But at the very least, I know for sure they would probably not turn down a volunteer, right? And you can absolutely get in their good books. You also have to remember, as a volunteer, yes, like you committed to a certain level of responsibility, but you are volunteering. You are not under a contract, you are not being paid, right? You going there is like community service. It is not obligatory. If you have a job, you are obliged to show up, right? If you're volunteering, I don't think you're obliged unless you're like, if someone is relying on you and you just like do a last minute no-show with no warning, right? Where it's like, oh, like, could you come in tomorrow and take care of this important task? And then you just don't show up and don't say anything, right? That's not good. Because then you're screwing someone over. But if you just stop showing up and it doesn't negatively, like, screw anyone else over, that's totally reasonable also. And I think, if someone works at this is me fully assuming, if someone works at a shelter, maybe they're a little bit, perhaps, maybe they're a little bit jaded or something because they've seen a lot of shit, but also, my guess is they're probably a pretty compassionate person, right? Probably pretty patient. Sure, it ain't always the nicest thing to happen, but this will happen again and again. This is life in general is, so this is something you can't avoid. It's totally fine. I say, whatever shame you feel, everyone was so kind to me there, I loved it. Whatever anxiety or shame you feel, I don't think there is anything wrong in going there and being like, hey, I'm sorry for not being here for a while. I really loved it here. I would love to continue to be here. Even if for some reason someone was mad, I don't think there would be no reason to be mad at that, right? That's a very sweet thing. If anything, they're probably going to be happy to see you. I know when I had coworkers suddenly quit or leave and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye, I was so fucking happy when they came into the store and I got to say hi to them. I loved seeing my old coworkers. Try to accept such things. I know you can accept this from other people. Yes, you should try to accept it for you as well and give yourself a chance to grow. I know the Bluesky got potential. You just need to give yourself a chance. Yeah. If there were any other volunteers at the shelter, I don't know if there were or not, and they just disappeared for a while and then came back, would you think less of them? Or would you be like, oh, they probably had shit going on so they didn't have time to volunteer? I feel like you'd probably just be like, oh yay, they're back. Hopefully they're doing better. And granted, some people aren't as nice, but it's still worth a shot. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. It's glitchy, like the floor still had stuff on it. Excellent job, Sprucey. I can see why Harper recommended you. Spotless house, hum reduced to 0. Now all I need is to find out what Karen's up to. Continue. Let's do the car. Welcome to the big time. Don't know if you remember that classic film from back in the day, Driving Me Nuts? About the car with the haunted steering wheel? Sure you do. Well, I was in it. I was only a kid then, of course, but recently I got thinking that it's due a reboot and bought not just Esther's original vintage car, but also the rights to the entire Driving Me franchise. We're starting with Driving Me Barking, about a car that gets imbued with the consciousness of an unruly puppy. We've just filmed the pivotal scene where it digs up a bone, and now we need it clean, I'm guessing, for tomorrow's set piece at the dog grooming salon. Still wonder how the car can be so dirty without the road having literally any dirt. Well, in this specific case, it's the dog was possessed by a car and was digging in some dirt for a bone. Don't mind him, he can't bark or bite. I suppose he could run you over though, so be gentle with him, lols. Yeah, I think unfortunately finding jobs— oh, don't forget to wash behind those ears, he loves that, it's cute. I think unfortunately finding jobs for non-profits can be really tricky because the funding is low and they probably rely more on volunteers than employees. I'll tell you right now, this film's gonna break all records. But don't worry, I won't spoil it for you. Okay. But that doesn't mean it's not worth a shot. So Cardigan? I don't know, that's the dog car's name. Gets into a series of scraps. It all starts with an epic car chase. Black. Too slow. Should have some tracks from the dirty wheel on the road. Yeah. Then he digs up a bone, but it's not just any bone. It's the bone of an evil time traveler that got stuck in the distant past and became really angry about it. The time traveler's bone wants to get to Esther's car so it can be reunited with its consciousness, but Cartanian, I'm gonna assume that's it, just wants to gnaw away at it. The whole film ends with the three cars chasing each other off the cliffs at Tower Falls. That is a spoiler. Possibly the greatest climax in cinematic history. The cars are gonna be write-offs though, so we better get that one right the first time or else, lols. Time travel bone, wait, what? I don't know. ghosty. Wait, what stuff is still missing? Yeah. The stuff, I don't know. Again, I don't know car parts. I just clean what's highlighted. Bumper. Okay, ear, this thing, wiper, there we go. Do you pay attention to baseball? Not at all. How come? Now that's what I call silver screen service. We're on our way to the dog grooming salon. It's gonna be utter carnage. Thinking about it, well, maybe we should have filmed them the other way around. Oh well, live and learn. See you around probably sooner than you think. P.S. Cartanian says wolf. Lols. It appears both of us are going up in the world. I've become the new mayor of Caldera County in its entirety, while you are to wash my flagship billboard 30 feet above the interstate, due south of Bluesky City. Inadvertently dirtied by a process that doesn't discern you. I must confess to still harboring grave concerns as to your character. Fuck you. But I remain committed to your sublimity as a power washerer. It would be remiss of me not to exploit the talents of someone when it's within my powers to do so. Well, what's baseball? My team won and I just got excited and silly. Oh, I'm happy for you. You know baseball with like the wooden sticks and you hit the ball and it's like, it's a home run! They call them bats. But maybe it would make more sense to call it a club. For... It was a home run. Yay! I'm joking. Oh, what is it called in German? I'm happy for you, Ghosty. I'm glad your team won. Go Sports! Bassenballen? Okay. I don't know what the S usually stands for. Is it serious or sarcastic? Ironically, we don't play it in Germany, so we don't have our own word. It's literally baseball. Oh. People hate the Dodgers, but they're my main... Sarcasm. Okay. They're my main team, so I'm just over here like Among Us. Well, I am happy for you. Oh wow, it's really dirty. I know we've had our run-ins in the past, but I think it's time we let water pass under the bridge, or in this case, over the highway. I don't think we want water on the highway. Usually serious is denoted by SRS. Okay. Yeah, I'm not on Reddit enough. Hi, Pat! Thank you! Yes, I will drink. Hold on. If you take meds or vitamins, and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. I have already taken mine. I appreciate it, Pat. I hope you're doing well. And thank you for being here, Clips. Thank you for the lurk. you sorry? How dare? Mushi? I think it would be good if you chose a day to go in to the shelter. I think it'll be much better to have a specific plan in mind and to get it over with sooner rather than later so you don't, like, stew on it. Like, go there physically? Yeah. I think it would be nice. Maybe bring in some treats for them. The people or the animals. I mean, it always feels nice to me when I go in and I'm like, hi, I got coffee, and like, in Canada, usually it's Timbits. Like donut holes. Hi Yuri, I'm doing good. Just woke up. It's my weekend, so I got to sleep in. Wonderful! I'm glad to hear that. Good morning. I hope you slept well. I'm guessing you did since you slept in. I'm very glad you got the chance to do so. I know it's scary, but I think the longer that you just think about it, the scarier it's gonna be. Do you think they would enjoy like donuts or muffins? Or I don't know, maybe there's some kind of thing that would make their work easier? Maybe it's like, oh, like the shelter is always super low on this. Maybe you could bring something like that in? Something where you could feel like happy to come in and be like, hi, I'm sorry I'm back, but like I have gifts. Just like little pick-me-ups or something. Something that makes you feel a little bit more confident about going in. What if everyone disappeared and they've been replaced by strangers? It's been years. They'd still probably appreciate it. They'd probably be like, oh, this girl that used to volunteer here brought us donuts. Okay. And in that case, if everyone's been replaced, one, I'm sorry, because that sucks for the people that you miss. But also, clean slate. Then you don't have to worry about, like, oh, I haven't been there in forever. Maybe I'll email? If that's more comfortable for you. But personally, I would feel more confident going there with, like,
Yui is a certified cutie.
A little treat.
She recently received an award for being the cutest in the world. That is very pog. She also has a beautiful voice and is very talented. That is very pog. Watch out, chat. She may capture your hearts.
Eclipse is very pog. You can email, but I think it's nicer to show up in person. Not in terms of like, oh, they'll like you more, but I think it feels good, you know? But at the end of the day, if it's something that you're like truly uncomfortable with, and you know that you would prefer an email, you know, you do whatever you're able to. Got told lately I'm cozy to be around. You are. lurkies. A friend of mine wanted to play Sunhaven with me because I was sad that literally none of my other friends managed to play that longer than 1 to 2 times in a save with me. Yeah. I think those like multiplayer saves are always so hard to keep up with. But yes, enjoy, have fun. I just know for me, if I was showing up and I guess it can be a little bit scarier if you don't know if the people that you know are gonna be there. But at the very least, no one's gonna be mad about someone showing up and surprising them with treats. It's a good first impression. Yeah, I'm sorry. You enjoy yourself, okay? Mushi, in school, did you ever have a teacher show up with treats? Oh, that's so cute! Why cry? That's sweet. Never had a teacher to show up with treats. I had one showing up with threats, Jesus. Everyone heard about this new Town of the Year comp? Muck's gonna win for Sherzies. Sherzies is cute. 100%. What other town has a statue that fires a beam from its pineal gland into a dormant volcano for seemingly no reason? That's a good point. Well, not anymore, eh, Percy? Well, we still have a sick-ass statue. Muckingham started as a hamlet for the dung collectors of a Pumpton stable. We've come a long way. I had a teacher buy a Starbucks at the end of the year for finals. She was the one that said digital art wasn't real art though, so I'm conflicted by her. Okay. Even if you don't like her, I'm sure that her buying the class Starbucks lifted the mood. I'm sure people probably got very excited about it. Well, maybe not very excited if you were like a little older, but probably quite happy. Like, that's the energy that it brings, and I think going into a place that you're not confident in like that would help with being like, I'm bringing treats, they're gonna be excited no matter what. Maybe I'll help myself, hype myself up a bit though. You got this. If you want help hyping yourself up, you just let me know, okay? What's this? I do recommend, you know, making plans to do it in the next couple of weeks if you can. Because in my experience, the longer that you leave it, the scarier it gets. I'm not forcing you, okay? Just suggesting. I know it's scary, but I think it's better to rip the band-aid off than to agonize and stay anxious about it for weeks and build it up in your head. And think about it this way, Mushi. If there are people who, like, if there's no one that you know the day that you go in, you can start fresh. You've done it once, you can do it again. You're also more experienced, right? You have nothing to worry about in that sense. Obviously, again, sucks because if you were hoping to see someone that you miss, but anxiety-wise, it's like, you're good. You don't have to worry about the fact that you didn't show up. I mean, you don't have to anyway, but hopefully it helps with the anxiety. What if I never get to Kong trust level again? What's Kong trust level? Do they have, like, trust level, like, ranks within the volunteers? Kong is like the Tory, right? Only employees could give the special dogs their peanut butter Kongs. And I was one of the only volunteers they trusted to. I wasn't even in the dogs section. They stole me. That's so cute. Well, you know what? Even if you go there and you're no longer at Kong trust level, I'm sure you can work your way back up. They trusted you. They got Kong level trust in you because you are a trustworthy person and you're probably good at the work there. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't trust you again. And if it's new people, make that your goal. Be the most reliable person that you can and take pride in it. Don't know why, but this power wash sim is more of a vibe than the last. Really? I feel like it's... I don't know. I feel like it's missing something. I'm not sure. Bluesky got this. I believe in it. And most things I believe in happen, which is ironic because I don't believe in any religion. Broken manifest God. You know you're so good at advice. I am glad. I think it's so much easier when you're not in the situation. I know for a fact, Mushi, if I was in your situation, I'd probably be anxious too. It's easy as someone who is on the outside to think more rationally and think more positively. That said, like, I 100% believe everything that I said. It's just easier to think of these things when you're not stressed. And you are stressed. So if I am able to give you that outside perspective that gives you a little push in the right direction, then I am very, very glad. Also, hi, Davini. I don't say GIF, I say GIF. Good. I swear to Jod, I don't say GIF. You know what? I can forgive the Jod thing. I don't care about that as much as the GIF thing. Lucy stressed? She, life. Life. Direction in life, also potential, like, thinking about future work stuff. Also, her dream would be to work at the animal shelter she volunteered at. And so she's just a little anxious because she hasn't been there in a long time. Mushi, you could kill someone and I would forgive you in an instant. Graphics something. Graphics something file, I think. I'd hide a body for Mushi. I would too! I would carry the body so that she doesn't hurt her back. Interchange, yeah, graphic interchange format. There you go. The j sounds comes from graphic. Mushi can do no wrong. Thank you, Ghosty. I will be taking you up on that eventually. Put my fingerprints on the weapon and I'd go to prison. You know what? I don't know if I'd have any issue with going to prison. So what do you think of my Town of the Year initiative? Nothing like a dose of healthy competition to unite a community. Honestly, I don't think it's bad. I actually... Jeff Jefferson is a piece of shit, but I actually don't think that's a bad idea. Prison pockets do not work nowadays? What are prison pockets? Do I want to know? Thank you for the beam wolf. Is it your butthole? Okay, I was correct. Imagine I just like shove a whole bunch of like handkerchiefs in there and they just pull out the rainbow handkerchiefs like a magic trick. Sorry. Sorry. You're onto something? It'd be brown the entire way? Nah, bestie. Okay, you know what? I am really veering into like way too TMI information, so I'm gonna not follow up, like finish that thought, and instead say it would be funny. That tends to happen with me? Yeah, a lot. It happens a lot. But yeah, Mushi's got this. She's proven herself to be capable. All she needs to do is swallow her anxiety and put her foot in the door again. She can absolutely build her way up again. And once again, cupcakes never hurt. You know, use the foam. What foam? You mean when someone slams the door? What? You're you silly sleepyhead. I am silly and sleepy. Mushi a cutie, an amazing person. So true. This is so true. Wolf is amazing and cute. And very sweet and supportive. The foam. Oh, in the game! I haven't seen any option to buy more soap. And, I remember running out constantly during some of the grimier levels. So... I tried to save the soap for when there's large areas of, like, oil. You know, the things where you need, like, either green or yellow to get rid of it. Plus, I'm just chilling. I'm like coffee, I am a pick-me-up. You are. You are a mocha. I've never had a mocha. You're what I assume a mocha is. You're a pick-me-up, and you're very sweet. Automatically replenishes in this game. Oh. Oh. Still, I prefer to just save it for areas with like a lot of the really stubborn stuff. I'd have to go over it again anyway. I used to watch those carpet cleaning videos all the time, and this game gives the same super comfy energy. It's just satisfying. It really placates my iPad baby brain, you know? I'm sitting here just like drooling, zoning out, doing this. I like raw dogging it. No soap ever. I definitely do use soap sometimes. But at some point, if something is really stubborn, I will just do this. You know what I mean? But that's only for the grime that's really hard to get off. Just accelerates the process, and I play because the process is satisfying, so I don't mind it taking longer. Yeah. Yeah. I also shake the mouse like that, yeah. By the way, Dirt Finder, I need my cat back. You can take that cat over my cold dead body, bitch. The photo ops are gearing up, and of course he'll be needed for my promotional tour of the country with this hat on. You can fuck right off. You're not taking my cat. That's my cat. I'd be going wild sometimes, yeah. Especially in the later levels of the first game where there was just like fucking huge surface areas with really tough crime. How does the power washer work in this game? With the shop, by the way. Is it like the last one where- yes, you can, but I haven't seen soap in it, so... I guess it's all-purpose soap, then? The last one was annoying with all the parts listed instead of more organized cleanly. Yeah. It was the soap limitation for me that really pissed me off. I didn't mind paying for soap. I didn't mind using different types of soap at all. It was more so that it was like, girl, it's been 5 jobs and I don't have another fucking... You haven't restocked the soap. Aha! You get paid per letter? Aha! Can I go higher? I can! That's so nice. Oh, that's so nice. Why do they make so much of this shit orange? When orange is the highlight color. Thank y'all. Eh? Is that mayor serious? He can't take Ulysses back. Does he even know about her kittens? Probably not. I will beat him to death with a hammer before I give Ulysses back. I don't care. Sometimes I wish it was a customizable highlight color. You know what, actually? Oh! So like, I didn't even think about it again until you said it. I think I noticed it before and then forgot about it. Can I unplace this? Aha! I'm sorry, devs. No, thank you, devs. It was a valid point. And then it was like, oh, they did do that. Thank you, devs. You don't have to be sorry. Did you see the back part made me so happy? I got the disc thing for the power washer. No. Is it a cosmetic? This? Huh. What is that? What does it do? Ideal for washing flat surfaces. I mean... Ah. Interesting. It's a little awkward, but not bad. I like it though. I don't know if it's my preferred tool, but I do like that they put it in. It's a little annoying. Okay. No! Okay. Jesus! Why did that fling me? Can I place it back down again? There we go. Whee! Oh, they put ladders on the sides too now. Am I able to put this... Okay. What is happening? Ugh. Comfy's in bed. Good. I'm glad. Let me know if you're planning to eat. Hello? Ah. Did you do anything for Halloween? I was hanging out in a call with friends with my D&D. Well, you know the D&D group, except Cat joined now. So with the D&D group, and then played a little bit of Sons of the Forest with Cat, and stayed up waiting for Dandy's debut. How about you? Did you do anything fun? Alright. That's why I wasn't doing anything. Forgot it was Halloween until a kid came to the door and I tried to get in the house. Oh god. We forgot candy this year. It do be like that. It's understandable. Ooh, I'm hoping this is peak cleaning. We're looking for someone to clean up our tea room over at Power Falls. Why are there so many different names for our business? And I was just sick. I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling a little better today. Maybe. That's all the furniture? This is it. Okay. That's sad. A lot better now, I'm glad. I forgot candy for Halloween. I normally just tell him some random shitling took all of it from the bowl. Yeah. I have to sneeze, but it's like lingering. Oh god. Okay, it disappeared. I don't even mind if it disappears because it's not like one of those lingering sneezes. It's not like I still feel like ticklish. It's gone. I'm fine. It's as if I sneezed. I just skipped the sneeze. It was weird though. Imagine being edged by a sneeze. Yeah, it's fine. As long as it's gone afterwards. We ended up putting paper on the door and turning off the lights, but kids can't read and don't take no for an answer. Oh god. I've never had that happen. I'm sorry to hear that. This sign won't stop me because I can't read. It's been a somewhat short stream, but I am so sleepy. I am so sleepy. I think I must end now. I mean, it's been like 4.5 hours. It's not terrible. It's just short for my usual thing. I just realized I have an orange cat plushie because I have orange cats. So cute. Thank you for being here. Hold on, let me block. Hi. Hold on. How do I quit the game? Wait, there we go. Okie dokie. Let's look at who else is on. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been so freaking EP. Ooh. Let's see. Thank you, Ghosty, for being here. Thank you everyone for being here. I really appreciate it. Let's see.
Or armor.
Ah! Sorry. I don't know why I wasn't muted. Let's raid Oni. I don't really play Apex. He's currently playing Apex Legends. But I like Oni. Oni's fun. Oni Ramen Sama. There we go. Okie dokie. Actually, he's been streaming close to as long as I have. Still. Alright. Oh. That is the red message. everyone who has been here tonight. I really, really appreciate your company. Mushi, Ghosty, I friggin' love and adore you guys so much. And I shall be back technically tonight, but Sunday night. Whatever Sunday night is. I hope you all have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon. Have fun with Oni. Bye-bye.